Cytotoxic T cell is CD8 receptor. It is used to engage with a sick cell. It has a T cell receptor through which it also engages, and I will show you a little later, through which it also engages with a sick cell. It also has another important receptor for today's discussion. It has many more. Leukocyte function associated antigen, or LFA1. So kind of please keep these three things in your mind. Number one, T cell receptor, TCR. Number two, CD8 receptor. And number three, not receptor but molecule. And number three, LFA receptor or molecule. You can call them molecules. So here is a T cell, very aggressive, very kind of ready to attack. Then here that cell is exhausted. And I have to explain how did it become exhausted. But I want to show you once it is exhausted, this poor little thing, what is it going to do? So what happens is when you stimulate this cell again and again by a same antigen, then what happens is this cell internally opens up its genes and produces special proteins that it shows on its surface. It is very much like us. If we become, let's say we are in gym and our gym trainer is saying, okay, go and do this leg day and do your leg work and get leg days. Nowadays the gyms are not open, so no leg days. But anyways, he says, okay, keep doing it, and you are getting exhausted and tired, and he says, keep going, keep going. And you raise your hand and you say, I'm dead, I'm stopped, I can't do it anymore. That is what happens with this T cell. When you continue to expose it to the antigen, it would eventually start making proteins that are its stop signals, that are its inhibitory receptors. So please keep this one in your mind as well. A T cell normally does not express inhibitory receptors. But when it is exhausted, imagine when we get exhausted in the gym, we grow a third arm, which raises the hand and says, please stop. So that third arm, those are protein receptors that the T cell on its surface as an indicator that I am tired, I'm exhausted, or I should not work anymore, you are repeatedly using me. Those molecules are called, one of the important one is called PD1, programmed cell death protein number 1, PD1. And if you continue to stimulate this one and the PD1 is present, the cell can actually try to die. So if you don't leave it alone, it.
Today we're going to talk about how to be younger. Now, if you tell people what to do without the why to do it, a lot of times they won't do it. So today I'm going to go into the why as well as what to do. This information is good for new people as well as those people who have been watching my channel for quite some time. So to look younger on the outside, you really have to be younger on the inside. Now, and when we're dealing with a youthful look, we're dealing with targeting the accumulation of damaged proteins, okay? So the more damaged proteins you have internally and externally, the older you're going to look. And so I'm going to talk about a lot of different parts of this puzzle, but let's start with this term AGEs. What is AGEs? It stands for Advanced Glycation End Products. Now, what the heck is that? That is a combination of a sugar molecule with a protein molecule. When you take sugar and protein and you heat them up, you end up with these AGEs. Okay, so basically proteins that are now damaged and unavailable, and they can create a lot of problems throughout the body. But they can also make you look really old. Now, AGEs can also be a combination of glucose and fat heated as well. So let me just kind of make this really simple. If you were to consume this thing called ice cream, for example, you're basically heating glucose, lactose, sugar with milk proteins, very high heats. Boy, you're just consuming a product that is just loaded with these AGEs. So ice cream would be a perfect combination of fat and sugar heated. Another one would be barbecued ribs, right? You take these ribs, protein, and you put all this sugar sauce on it and you heat it. And this is the product when someone consumes barbecued ribs, um, they might notice about an hour later that their body is sluggish, they have a lot of sinus issues. And so this is why it's so important when you're making barbecued ribs. Use a sauce that doesn't have sugar. Use spices like a dry rub that has no sugar, just spices and sea salt. Now, what about a soda? Yeah, when you have all this sugar and you have caramel coloring and you heat this soda, or you're not just going to get the consumption of these AGEs, but all the sugar in your body with the temperature of 98.6 is going to combine with your own blood proteins, for example, and other proteins and create all this damage protein binding combinations. In fact, when you get your A1C tested, you're measuring the accumulation of excess glucose in your bloodstream over a period of 3 months. So when you get your A1C and it's high, it just tells us how much glycation is going on in your red blood cells. You need to be in the lower fives, not 6, 7, 8. I've had people had 11. All that means is they're exposing their blood to a lot of sugar, creating glycation, and that protein now is damaged, and it's going to clog a lot of things up. All right, now let's take the French fry, which is starch, which is basically kind of all these glucose molecules stuck together, and then it also is deep fried in fat. Okay, so we have fat plus the starch, deep fried equals a tremendous amount of AGVs. So if you want to look really old real fast, keep consuming fries. Then you have potato chips, right? Same deal, starch with some oil, deep fried. Not good. How about a donut, right? You have this deep fried donut. Boy, you have refined carbohydrate with probably like corn oil or soy oil or whatever type of oil they use. Oh my gosh, deadly. I remember going to the Kutztown Fair in Pennsylvania, where they had deep fried ice cream, deep fried potatoes, and deep fried Oreos, deep fried everything. In fact, we don't see a lot of young people walking around that fair. Now, what about a burger or a hamburger? Well, we have this meat with ketchup, and then we have a bun. Of course, we want to add fries to that and a Coke. Wow, you talk about AGEs on steroids. A perfect deadly combination to look older really quick. And then you have pretty much every combination of fast food that you would find in a fast food restaurant. You have Chinese food, you have Mexican food. These are all examples of AGEs, and these are things that make you older, and these are the things that you need to avoid. Okay, let's talk about how to get rid of AGEs from your body. Okay? Well, it just so happens to be a condition called autophagy, which is like an oven that can cook and break down AGEs, damaged proteins, and old proteins, as in old skin cells, and it repurposes these proteins. So autophagy stands for auto, meaning self, phagy means eating. So your body is eating its own proteins in a way. It's repurposing and recycling old damaged proteins and making new ones. So autophagy is really good for AGEs. It's good for old, wrinkled skin, and it's an essential condition to make you younger. And the biggest way to get into autophagy is through fasting. Okay. Now, for those of you that are new to my channel, I would highly recommend starting with intermittent fasting. Put some links down below. But for those of you that have been watching my channel that are doing fasting already, let's say you're doing 2 meals a day, I would recommend going to 1 meal a day. That's called OMAD. Now, for those of you that are doing OMAD, I would recommend to do what's called dry OMAD. Now, what's dry OMAD? I'll be doing some videos on this topic, but dry fasting, which is basically not consuming any water as well as no food, creates a compounding effect. It's like 3 times as powerful. So if you're going to do dry OMAD, you drink no water all day, except at night when you have that 1 meal. But a lot of people are doing dry fasting for more than just 1 day. They're doing it for 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, up to 7 days or longer. Because you can generate water from your fat cells. Now, I'm not going to get too much into that in this video, but it's very, 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 very powerful, but it's more advanced. And so I don't recommend it unless you've done regular water fasting for a time. But if you want to take it to the next level, you want to start doing dry fasting with OMAD. So I highly recommend, if you want youthful skin, to get a certain amount of sun, okay? But just make sure you don't go to the burning level. There's certain types of light, frequencies, or wavelengths, like infrared, that tend to buffer the damaging effect of UV light. And so the benefit of infrared wavelengths can be extremely beneficial to looking youthful, because it's going to generate a lot of melatonin. If you haven't seen my video on that topic, I put it down below, but melatonin is not all about sleep. It's about being an antioxidant and getting rid of free radical damage. Now, all of your cells can make melatonin, and so there's two types of melatonin, one for sleep, one for antioxidants, and one way to generate that is through sunlight. You just want to make sure you don't overdo it, but regular exposure to sun is extremely beneficial to looking younger. And that's one of the problems in the winter when you can't get the sun. You kind of look a bit older and pasty, and you don't have that youthful glow. Now, let's talk about environment. Okay, your environment is just filled with chemicals, poisons, drugs. I mean, it's just really hard to avoid that. Thank goodness we have a liver that can dismantle these poisons. Okay, it can dismantle heavy metals. It can dismantle pesticides and insecticides, pollution, chemicals in the water, chemicals in the food. And that's called phase 1, phase 2 detoxification. Okay? And so your liver has certain enzymes that can be boosted with certain foods to help get rid of poisons. So a really important part of looking youthful is having a healthy liver. If your liver is cirrhotic, or filled with cirrhosis, scar tissue, or it's filled with fat, or it's inflamed, you're going to look old. So anything you can do to strengthen your liver is going to make you look younger. And there's a couple things I'm going to just mention right now. Cruciferous vegetables, okay? They have certain phytonutrients that can boost your natural enzymes to help phase 1, phase 2 detoxification. Okay, so that's number 1. Not to mention vegetables giving you antioxidants directly to help act as a scavenger or like a sponge to clean up all this free radical damage that's occurring due to inflammation or chemicals or heavy metals, etc. So as you add more cruciferous vegetables like kale, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, arugula, I like arugula in my salads, you are going to create a healthy liver. And the thing about the youthful look, it has to be created continually, okay? A lot of times people just neglect this creation of health, and then they wonder someday what happened to my body. But it has to be continually created every single day. Now, a lot of these poisons and chemicals and toxins that come to the liver, you need bile to help eliminate these toxins. So bile is very, very important in that youthful look, not just in the elimination of toxic waste, but also in the extraction of fat-soluble vitamins, which you need desperately to look youthful, like vitamin A, E, D, and omega-3 fatty acids, which is not a vitamin, but it's just a essential nutrient, which all these fat-soluble compounds that you need to make the skin look youthful is dependent on this bile. So if you don't have enough bile because of various reasons, let's say you have a fatty liver, let's say you're on a low-fat diet because fat stimulates bile, or you have some type of, let's say you have gallstones and you remove your gallbladder. So a bile deficiency will cause you to end up with a deficiency of the fat-soluble vitamins and omega-3 fatty acids, all the things that you really need to look youthful. So this is why a combination of enough bile and consuming enough fat to get these fat-soluble vitamins are really necessary to have that youthful look. This is why people going on a low-fat diet end up looking older because they don't have the benefits of the vitamin A, D, E, and omega-3 fatty acids. So let's just touch on the type of fat that I'm talking about. I'm talking about like fatty fish, like salmon. Amazing for omega-3 fatty acids, which is essential for the anti-inflammatories and to counter all the omega-6.
Смотри, я тебе просто скажу. Дрожжи нельзя потреблять. Все, что кислое, маринованное, это несъедобно, это все тухлятина. Все, что, да, дрожжи это вообще не еда. То есть это просто отрава. Ну, я не могу тебе сказать, отрава, не отрава. Короче, попробуй вот без дрожжей. Ну, то есть дрожжи это хлеб, все пушное там, да. Ну, или отдельные там дрожжи какие-то. Пивные какие-то там. Я не знаю, я это вообще не ем. Всякая дрянь, короче, дрожжевая. Какая еще там может быть? Сыр, говнир, вот это все нельзя есть вообще просто полностью, точка. Да, все молочное это не еда вообще. Просто не еда и все, и точка. Да. Сахар, ну чуть-чуть. Но сахар это просто как бы немножко извращенный продукт. А так, в принципе, если ты будешь сахарный тростник сосать, жевать, наверное, постоянно, то почему нет? Да, но ты, да, плохо, наверное, скоро сдохнешь, наоборот, да. Но меня это не касается. Я очень просто выражаюсь просто. То есть эти все извращения как бы ни о чем, понимаешь, какие-то козни, которые там, что там, да ничего там, блин, просто не еда, а это вообще все отрава. Да, все кислое, проквашенное, это вообще нельзя есть, просто в рот нельзя все это класть, просто, понимаешь? Да, все протухшее, там, да. По идее, по большому счету, термически обработанное, это тоже не лучший продукт, но это лучше, чем протухший 1000 раз уже, да, понимаешь? Меня это не касается. Я просто объясняю, что это, понимаете, да, то, что сгнило, и ты будешь себя гнилым, наверное, чувствовать, или что, да, то есть оно несъедобно, это для бактерий каких-то, это не для людей. Это не аппетитно просто, вот протухло, мухи летают. Как бы, понимаешь, это нормальная реакция организма, что как бы какашки летают, мухи сидят, сыр лежит, мухи, то есть и какашки, и сыр одно и то же, понимаешь? Я просто тебе объясняю, там, дрожжи и, да, то есть это просто есть нельзя, понимаешь? Вот ты попробуй чуть-чуть просто, вот не поешь это, и ты поймешь, что как бы, что все намного проще. Может и это тоже, да. Ну, наоборот, она это имеет в виду. Я вам все равно не верю. Я потому что и так, и сяк извращался, и все это херня. Это есть ни то, ни другое, ни десятое, есть просто. Лучше просто, ну как бы, да, я по себе говорю, да. Но одни фрукты ты можешь ноги протянуть, правильно? Да. А можешь и не протянуть. Не знаю, смотря чем ты занимаешься. Вот я чтобы, да, то есть, наверное, нет, ты со мной так то же самое, да, понимаешь. У меня еще свои какие-то тренажеры. Кстати, это я не могу тебе сказать. У меня свои еще, да, амбиции определенные. То есть у меня как-то, для меня это вторично немножко. Но то, что я не могу, ну он про себя говорит, наоборот, просто. Вот это он имеет. Нет. Нет, это ваша проблема. Нет, я могу, просто отвали от меня, блин, да. Но он о себе так думает. Нет, он врет просто специально тебе так, да, понимает, он это. Ну да, мне насрать вообще. Ну ты что, какое дело? Для себя точнее. Для себя мне какое дело. Ну наоборот. Ну и что, это нормально, что ли? Ты с ума сойдешь за это всей херней следить? Нахера это просто? Я тебе сразу говорю, я тебе сразу же облегчаю вперед. Понимаешь, я тебя облегчаю. Это не ешь просто это, и через неделю ты себя легче почувствуешь, понимаешь? Потому что, да, ни сыр, вообще, ни молоко, это все нельзя есть. Не вообще, да, все прокисшее. Квасня, не квасня, уксус и всякое вот это говно, это просто дрянь, понимаешь? Это просто нельзя есть. Потом поймешь почему. Надо, чтобы контраст был. Чтобы вот ты недельку не ел такую, там, маринованное всякое говно, густы всякое, дерьмо вот это, да. Соленые рыбопродукты, все вот это, да. То есть вообще рыбопродукты это тоже не еда вообще сейчас. Да, но меня это не касается. Я тебе просто объясняю, что это, да, то есть ты никогда не сядешь на такую диету, там, да, то есть надо это понимать. Потому что и не надо никаких извращений, просто это несъедобно и все, понимаешь? Да, то есть ты с ума сойдешь в дебрях и маразмов своих плавать, потому что да, меня не касается это. Ну, есть хоть чем заняться, правильно? Да, понимаю. Да. Очень сильный контраст есть. Да, если ты жрешь хлеб, дрожжевое, да. Ну ладно, хлеб можно в сторону отбросить, как бы, да. Ну, он это имеет в виду, да, наоборот, да, плохо. А вот я тебе еще раз говорю, дрожжи, квашеная, соленая капуста, соленая, любое соленое говно, это нельзя есть. Оно несъедобное, да. Ну так уж, не надо, как говорится, да. Ну он о себе так говорит. Да, нет, ну он о себе так говорит. Да. Да. Я ничего не навязываю, я просто о себе думаю. Да, потому что ты слушаешь вот так или вот так, вот сильно квашеный, не сильно, да херня это все, да пошел нахер, мразь, да, понял, да. Ну это он видит, да, ну типа того, да. Ну, да. Зато вы здоровы, да, я дохлый, вы здоровы, да. Я тебе говорю, ну это надо просто почувствовать, это бесполезно все это рассказывать, пока ты неделю не это самое. Ну, ладно. Привет. О, Соня. Сонька, пулеметчица. Привет. Привет. Тихонько, тихо только, ладно? Не так пока. Сейчас я. Wait a second. Okay, play something to me. You wanna play something? Play something. Some childish more.
I'm disconnecting the audio. You disconnect the audio when you turn. That's why I keep counting. You keep disconnecting the headsets.
Наоборот, ну надо нежно, ну как, я не пошел.
Здравствуйте, Евгений.
Да.
Я вас не слышу.
Я знаю, да. Ой-ой-ой, у меня радио сломано. Радио что-то.
Погодите, Евгений. Евгений, погоди.
Wait. Huh? Алло, да, я здесь. Сейчас, секунду.
Алло, о, все нормально, все, говорим.
Слышно, все, отлично. Да. Wow, Nathan, да, наоборот, да. Nathan tune, да, Nathan. Wait a second, my camera is сдохла. My camera is сдохла, да. My camera is okay.
That's Евгений.
Wait, yeah, I listen to you. Meanwhile, I'm listening. Play something.
Евгений, I can't see you.
Я знаю. Сейчас, honey, I fix my own. You.
I can't see you.
Yeah. You may play while I'm fixing. I'm listening. You may play something to me, okay? My camera is broken.
Евгений, мы вас слышим, но не видим.
Да. Сейчас я налажу. Пусть пока играет. Хорошо? Сейчас я.
Саня, Евгений сейчас настраивает, и давай играй. Девочку. Хорошо играй. Сейчас.
Ну ладно, не знаю. Что, интересно, что ли? Окей. Будь здорова. Be healthy. Cheers. You Russian say be healthy. Okay. I know Yolочка already. Okay. May you play some your songs that you like, that you love. My camera is not working. Wait a second. Okay, you may play. Okay, let's while I'm fishing. Well, underneath. Yeah, very nice quarters. 7:37. Maybe now it works. Oh, sorry. Oh, I know why. I know what's happening. Wait a second. Okay, you may play. What are you sitting? Play something good. Yes. Where is your sound? I don't hear you. Что это безработный такой? I don't hear it. Oh, come on, play something. Don't понимаете? Yeah, look at this. Start from it, and play something good. Play something good already, yeah. Something good and fancy. Uphold your left hand making gong, and right hand may play. Only white keys, only white. Longer. Now, to make my camera is broken. Wait a second, I'm fixing it. Okay, don't sit like this. Play something already. Play good something. Our time is going. Come on. Oh yeah, my camera is on already. Yeah, hey, finally. Okay, why do you sit like this? Play the song. Don't be so rude to me. Okay. Yes. Very well. Yes. Something, yeah, something good. It's all, it's all very well. You are so nice. You're so graceful. Now look at me. Look here. All you play is the pieces of a song. It is like a part of a melody, and you're with your heart giving there or something. Yes, you have to take it and find some inside of it. Okay, so you're playing well. It is very good. It is part of some songs. Okay, it is part of a song, and this one is a part of a song too, for example, and this is the parts of a song. So you may combine it. Where melody wants to develop you, okay? How it wants to go. Make a part of it, okay? You may take not hold the notes, okay? Not hold. Just take one step behind. And now and it makes a mood, it makes a style, still that was. I singing because I helping to pronounce it, yeah? I helping melody to feel inside me, inside you, actually. But it is not important if you are play good enough, yes? But as for you, and one more thing, yes, and as for you, I would like you to sing too, alone too. Yes, for example, and and we already have some kind of song, yeah. And now what will I do? Where I go? I don't know. Where melody leads me? Where is that? Not really beautiful, yes, not something. Maybe all of this is beautiful, but in some style. but this is not particular what we want, what we need. Yes, something in different mood. We need different picture, okay? It makes nasty, okay? Then we'll pass it maybe, okay, later. Movement, a little movement rhythmical, but very gently. Melodies are very kind and jealous. Make it closer to me, okay? Like your, it's like like a closer, как это называется? Make it more gentle. You always play like nasty, like no, like a nasty weather or something. Yes, it is not the best way to play to do it. Okay, not the best way. It is, but it is okay. It is okay too. But so now we need some deprecation. Then он о себе так думает. We need something different now. We need to move on. Yeah, move on to kindness. Окей? Ну, наоборот, он не понимает тебя, что ли? Ненавистный урод, блин. Еще раз я тебе говорю, да. More smoother, play smoother, okay? What are you doing here, okay? Oh, it is... Yes. Yes. Yeah, very well. And take to stop sometimes to understand what the melody is saying. Listen to the melody. And if you use it two-handedly, then try to make the calmness of the hand, calmness. Okay, and try to repeat, trying to listen. What is it? What is it? Melody likes repetition and likes coming inside of your mood, okay? It likes to come inside of your thoughts. Like to finish, like to come into tonic. Wow, very well. Wow, this is good. More smoother. Don't make this rhythmic. This is rhythmic is all agonia. That it is not good rhythmic. Make it more calmly, like a lullaby, okay? And your nuts are here. Remove your something balls or what is it here? They are not allowed. What is it? Nuts or what is it? I don't understand it. What? Наоборот, играет просто. Окей, да, про себя так думает, может. Ну, о себе так. Окей. Okay, here is the Ubingen. Very calm. One of the... Did you practice it? Не надо его честно, потому что я понимаю. Окей, да, понимаю. Вот это она имеет. Окей. Да. Yes, that is better. I like it more. Yes. And finish the melody. Finish it. Da 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 di, da. Okay, maybe later. Okay, very nice. Now it's closer. Da. Now try the left hand. Calm, very calm. You're not in the наоборот, значит, она играет всегда просто всегда, да. Ладно, тогда играй себе. Okay, go on, play something else. Ну, вот это есть она самая. You gotta write it down and you gotta repeat. If you have some songs, you gotta play. Oh, okay, honey, I have some melodies for you. Look at this. You have play some more for me, okay? You play some good song. Just play to me, okay? Play some good music. Okay, we'll make it. I don't understand. Oh, very calmly. One more time, please. One more time. I did not get it. One more time, please. I didn't get it. Very calmly. Could you make it slower? I don't understand it, Wiley. Oh, so white. You're so white screen. You're so white. You're so white. Yeah. You're a good honeymoon. You're money. Yeah, come on, play something good. You're a good girl. You're a well man. Yes, you're respected. You're well. Love you. Hey, where are you? We are making music. Come on. You played something already. I didn't get what you played. Play more some big. Okay. Okay. Show me some tune. Oh, you wanna show me some tune that you learned or what? No. Your music. Show me your music. I don't understand. What are you? What is it? What are you? You're trying to show me something on the screen or what? Oh, okay. Okay, that is good. Okay, that is enough for now. Okay, that is enough. For example, yes? And what do we have here, okay? Be more calmly, okay? Calmly. Melody, we laugh like that. Melody is more like. For example, yes, something like this. I did not catch the trick there, but something like this. So here is this. Here is the tune. The tune goes like this. Look at me now. And it goes step up, then it goes motion like this. Ta-tiyam, like a double stepper, okay? Ta-ta-tiyam, but double stepper, ta-ta. And then we get interruption. And we have there some interruption because we expect something like this. Here is the interruption, for example. Yes, we expected something different. For example, yes. So we expected something different kind of mood, okay, here. But a melody is complicated here. Okay, forget it. That doesn't really matter. So here is the tune. So that's how the melody works. To make it beautiful, you have to grab it like you rhyme it. Like you rhyme it. Look at me now, okay? Like this. Here is the rhyme. This is like the little weed. Little weed for growing. The little seed for growing. Seed for growing. And you can make it. This is, and you can make. It is enough for song. Maybe enough, but of course for very simple song. Sometimes and besides, да, поняла, ну да. Вот это есть. And now the opposite. And we like modify this motif a little bit. So this motif goes what is it? What was it? And we can pronounce it. No, нет, you're a good child, don't do this. Don't play like this. Okay. Oh, you're kind honey. Okay. Kind honey. Okay, наоборот. Sugar miter, да, понимаешь. Okay, very well. Do it, miter. Look at me now. I'm joking, I'm kidding, just kidder. Okay, look at me now. Here was your song, beginning, and like this, something like this, yeah? How to make it, yes, to make it easier. So, here we go. Take the tune, take your time, yes, take your time. For example, yes? And you you make the same tune from the other story, okay? And you make maybe like this, but it's too неинтересно, да? So we modify it some way. Add something new, some new proposal, proposition. For example, да? Наоборот. Sorry for this. It is very different already. Yes. So. Little primitive. Yes. And we take a breath after we are said something in melody. We are taking some breath and getting новый style. Sorry for this. Breaking melodies. Like a little misery, okay? Breaking. Different intervals, different steps. Наоборот. Бежал, что ли? Наоборот. Where are you going? Yeah. Наоборот. Okay, let us play. some restriction, restriction. Make it free. Find something your way. Listen to what you play. Melody is inside melody. You find the seeds of wisdom, the seeds of goodness, okay? Of good health, of nicery, okay? I don't know уже что-то сказать. Of some good things, yeah? Go and try, please, honey. You good man. What is it? What is that? It is okay. It's okay. It's okay. What is it? Is some medical or what is it? I don't get it. Okay. So make your melody, okay? Make your melody. Lovely melody. Don't make it nasty, please. Please make it more climby, yes? Like panda. Like panda is hanging you. Yes, you know the tunes about panda. Maybe not Kung Fu Panda, but the regular pandas. They are hanging. You know, did you see the movies about panda movies? Yeah, they are hanging. And you just make it the same hanging melody, okay? No, hugging. Sorry, hugging. Something like this. Yeah, closer. No, very nicer. Yes, you have some mood in it. Yeah, I like your jumper style, but we need some more style in melodies. To be mellow, to be, sometimes, time to time. Yeah, of course it's complicated, but we can make it tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. So yeah, you wanted to open up your score. What is it? Open your score. What is on? You have a songs here. Yes. Okay then. Да, поняла тебя. Okay, then we'll sing some song together. Sing some song. Okay. That is Inedi, yes. Here is this song, yes. It is here is some songs, yeah. For example, this is the song that it goes about it doesn't really matter, okay? It goes I don't know, maybe you make it maybe you'll make it understandable later, okay? Here it goes, okay. Sorry. So that's how the наоборот, значит, издеваешься надо мной, что ли? Here it goes, okay. That one was longing, yes? And I'm reading forward. La, sol, fa. Sorry. The second streak, so it was the second line. La, sol, fa, mi, re. La, 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 la. La, sol, fa, sol, la, la. Short, la, 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 sol, fa, mi, long. That one was long, if you understand, yes? And that was tricky, yes. It was so like a Q river, yes? The Q river, like, yes. Q river, fa, sol, la, la. And here it goes forward. It's about, what is about? Oh, forget it. Romanian song. It's Romanian song. Okay. Re. La sol fa mi re. La 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 la. La sol fa sol la 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 sol fa mi re. One die. And it goes 1, 2, 1, 2. It goes on 2. Okay. Okay, let us try to play it, okay? There will be a little trick here, okay? With fair, okay? And it goes, okay, in English it will be in American way. It will be, yes. F, D, F, G, A, G, F, E, D, D, A, G, F, G, A, G, F, E, So that's how it goes. It's like the closing important. So let's play. Here is the numbers of the song. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here it goes. Okay. Could you repeat with me? Okay. 25. Okay, maybe later. Okay. Okay, that is very very funny song. Yeah. What is it? Девочка, ты чего выключаешься? Ты что, ненормально, что ли? Наоборот, ладно. Окей, нормально все. Да нет, что играть? Ну пусть сидит, смотрит тогда, тоже хорошо ведь. Наоборот. Играть, что тоже что-то. Я игру играть, играть. Кстати, заметили прогресс, да? У нее видик разный, не надо пальцем сделать. И мешок раздался. Динамика, понимаете? Ну и что? Ну и что? И что и надо? Вот это найдите. Советчик прям, блядь. Советчик, да. Ну, надо. Да. Вот она себе и думает так, да, вот это делать. Ну ладно, в принципе, что так не видно. Ну да. Ну да. Чем это надо вообще было? А, да, да, кстати. Где ушли? Что? Так повторять надо, я же говорю, играй нормально, играет. Он сидит, что она там, чем она занимается? Я же сказал, играй тогда, повторяй. Вот видишь, вот, да. Да, ладно. Хотя я теперь могу, да, сказать тебе себе. Ну, идет она себя, что, ничего, научишь меня, и все, да. Я тебя просто уже. Да, пусть. Я не понял, что это было. Нет, вот это она и видит. Вот это она и видит. Нет, QIWI, ну а как? Ну да. Ну она вполне там на себя видит. А как это? Ну вот это он имел, да, ну да. Дочки матери, получается, да, понимаете, это что, да. Ну как бы, ну, да не знаю я. Ну, а как тут? Ну, типа того, да. Ну, типа того. Наоборот, да. Да, наоборот, да. Нет, это не обман, это не профессионал. Ну типа того, да. Ну это нет, где-то что-то, да. Я так и думал всегда. Типа того, да. Ну а что теперь делаешь? Когда крокодилята там играют, да. Ну это на себе так говорит. Что же играет? Ну да, это медленно играет там. Так нет, это, ну ничего, пусть эмоциональное воспитание, значит, пока эмоционально не дойдет она, значит, не, да, да. Успокоиться как-нибудь надо, все нормально, значит, да. Да, понимаю. Ну, да. Просто, да. Ладно, лебедей, стадо лебедей. Вот это след. Вот это и есть на самом деле. Вот да. Не знаю, я ничего вам не навязывал. Я просто так. Чтобы себя хорошо чувствовать, да? Чтобы легче такое. Ну, у меня в данном случае, то есть, как бы, да, нет, понимаешь, больше число, что ли? Ну да, понимаю. Такая будет вот это она имеет в виду. Я тебе говорю, у них нет таких задач. Это просто мамы, да, понимаешь? И это хорошо. То есть это ты почему так воспринимаешь, что это оскорбление какое-то? Я понимаю, тебя просто. Ты там понимаете, ну чтобы хорошо было у них, да, все. Ну, давай там тебя. Не знаю, что такое, совета где-то. Наверное. Наверное, да. О, просто все прикольно. Да, вот ну так и бывает, что это случается. Нет, не смотрю даже на это. дерганый, мне уже надоело, так это дерганность. Поле ставишь. Это не лучший путь. Ну да. Понятно. Малыш, хорошо, да, все, успокойся. Получается, а что она не играет? Ладно, сидит, ну да, но мы обучаемся там. Да. Видишь, как бы наоборот получилось. Просто, да. Ну, пошутил он так же. Просто если, да, ну она посидит, да не надо. А что плохого, плохое вот это надо уметь убить. Ну нет, я себе так думаю, что ты болеешь. А, что я болею, в смысле? Нет, нет. Ну, который, вот это и есть. Видно? А, надо. Смотри. Да, это что наоборот. Представьте, что ты всю жизнь был инвалидом. Он себя так еще раз просто говорю, что потом поймешь, что это тебя отравит, ну вот это видео, ну наоборот, да, это не, кстати. Да, кетозис, шмитозис, да, это понятно, наоборот, да, это да. Я не буду голодать, понимаешь, как бы, ну ты себе, что, ну нет, это, если себе... Да. Кстати, да, мне тоже мама так говорила, да. После войны, видимо, так, да. Хорошо, может, я дурак такой, да, я просто, да, ну да, ну для меня сработало идеально просто, да. А по-любому это все равно не еда, даже то, что да, каша, там, да, это все несъедобно, по идее, да. Мне это не касается, просто я объясняю, что ты можешь что угодно говорить, все равно это работает, потому что я тебе точно говорю, я на молочке сидел долгие годы, да, и вычислять я не всякое, да. Это дрянь не считаю, это мозг говорит. То есть это для работы вредно, понимаешь? Это для, да, то есть что-то происходит такое, что тебя блокирует, понимаешь? Понимаешь? Да. Ну вот это вот имеет в виду, да. Ну, вот это и было. Должны быть, ничего не прощаю. Я хотел, да. Не надо. А тут надо. Ой. Здравствуйте. Матушка. Алишка. Позвони. Так, теперь запись. Вот это и есть тот самый. Ты видишь? Эй. Наоборот, да? Сама буду делать все, я сама делаю, это надо делать. Да, Никогда все классно, вокруг. Зрело нет, скажи. Ладно. Ну нахуй, если я вот Шестакович.
fatty acids that are also in our diet, like the corn oil, canola, soy oil, cottonseed oil. It's in just so many foods. It's in foods that you're going to find when you go out to eat, and all that creates a lot of inflammation, and it just makes you look older. In fact, it affects the eyes, as in age-related macular degeneration, which is very older-looking skin. But fatty fish is important. Right? The second thing is egg yolks. You're going to get a lot of good vitamin A from egg yolks, and you're also going to get choline in egg yolks. That's great for fatty liver, and help you regulate cholesterol. There's lecithin in egg yolks too, which help regulate cholesterol. Because
У меня есть своя не то что теория, гипотеза, почти уверена. Ну ладно, я не квалификант просто. Ну, бешеная.
Or is concerned about the cholesterol in egg yolks, but it has the antidote to that cholesterol as well. And also, by the way, you need foods having cholesterol to build healthy membranes in your cell, to build healthy sex hormones that make your skin look beautiful, like testosterone and estrogen. You need all that good cholesterol to make healthy looking skin. This is why people that are on cholesterol medication like statins end up looking really old, and they end up having a lot of side effects with the muscles, inflammation, and they can't make bile. You need cholesterol to make bile. Bile is just so important. And one thing.
Диам это масса тела, что ли? Bile.
What you start doing too is start taking purified bile salts to help extract some of these fat soluble nutrients from the cells if you're deficient. So egg yolks, very, very important. Butter can give you a deficient. So egg yolks, very, very important. Butter can give you a lot of vitamin A. Don't be afraid to consume butter. Just make sure it's grass-fed. And then we get to vitamin E. Now, the best source of vitamin E is sunflower seeds, but it's also in the leafy greens. It's in nuts. It's butter. Just make sure it's grass-fed. And then we get to vitamin E. Now, the best source of vitamin E is sunflower seeds, but it's also in the leafy greens. It's in nuts. It's in vegetables. Okay, so vitamin E is very, very important for the skin, as well as internally. Now, another good oil would be cod liver oil. Cod liver oil has vitamin D, as well as vitamin A, as well as omega-3 fatty acids. Okay, so cod liver and cod liver oil, very, very important, as well as beef liver too. I personally can't eat it because I don't like the taste, but if you like liver and onions, go for it. Organ meats are loaded with these fat soluble vitamins. Extra virgin olive oil, very, very important. Avocados, avocado oil, awesome for your skin. So, in other words, you don't want to go low fat. There's a diet, which I don't recommend by the way, it's called ideal protein. Now, it's keto, it's low carb, but it's also low fat. So it's not really, from my definition, a healthy version of a ketogenic diet. And if you ever look at someone who's done the ideal protein diet, oh, do they look old? Their hair, their skin looks all dried out. It doesn't look youthful. So you might lose weight, but you don't look healthy. Now, there's one little interesting thing I want to tell you about vegetables. Okay, you might not think that there's much fat in vegetables, but a lot of the phytonutrients, like chlorophyll, like carotenoids, and the list goes on and on, are all fat soluble. So to extract these wonderful antioxidants, as well as amazing phytonutrients, you need bile, and you also need to eat them with fat.
Не, меня никто слушать все равно не будет. Я тебе говорю, я очень просто берешь, то есть как бы, ну да, ну вот о себе ты думаешь только так, все так думают, потому что да, ну, не знаю, еще лучший вариант. Да, да.
When you're consuming a cruciferous vegetable, put some olive oil on it. Consuming the greens with oil will help you extract these wonderful phytonutrients, which not only are loaded with antioxidants, but they also help at phase 1, phase 2 detoxification. And by the way, phytonutrients also help stimulate autophagy. Okay, on the topic of free radical damage, okay, in order to handle excess amount of free radical damage and oxidation, which makes you look older, there's two types of antioxidants. There are endogenous antioxidants, which are antioxidants that your body makes, okay? And then there's exogenous antioxidants, which you get from food, okay? So there's two types of antioxidants. There are endogenous antioxidants, which are antioxidants that your body makes, okay? And then there's exogenous antioxidants, which you get from food, okay? So if you need to consume a lot of greens and vegetables to get those antioxidants, but your own body has antioxidant networks which increase when you exercise, which increase when you do fasting. So fasting helps you with just about every aspect of looking youthful. So every time you do fasting, you actually increase antioxidants internally. Pretty cool. Now, I've already mentioned about the combination of glucose and protein and glucose and fat, but just glucose in general, okay, consuming a high-carb diet is probably the fastest way to look older, because if you ever take a look at a diabetic, boy, they age so fast. The sugar is like rust, and it oxidizes not just the inside of your arteries and the eye and the nerves and the brain and the kidney, but your skin. It'll make your skin look really old, and every time you consume glucose of any kind, you also at the same time block vitamin C. The chemistry of vitamin C is very similar to glucose, and so you're blocking vitamin C, which is another powerful antioxidant. And you're also depleting other antioxidants in your body when you consume sugar, and like vitamin B1, which is also an antioxidant, and you're basically just making your skin look really, really old very fast. And of course, if you smoke, you're really depleting these antioxidants and vitamins, especially vitamin C. That the requirement or demand for antioxidants, vitamin C and other vitamins go way up if you're a smoker, because you're putting all of this pollution internally. So one way to age prematurely is just to keep smoking. So if you're a smoker, do whatever you can to, kick the habit. But in the meantime, if you're making this transition and you're coming out smoking, or let's say you're alcohol, which is another way to age fast, you want to take a lot of antioxidants, not from a pill, but from food. You want to consume a lot of greens and do a lot of fasting and do all the things we're talking about to counter all this free radical damage that's occurring in the body. Now, another point I'm going to bring up is this thing called stress. Stress puts your body into two situations. One, it puts your body into a glucose situation where your body is now tapping into glucose as fuel. It's turning things into glucose. So even though
Ну, знаешь, как говорят, что у женщин от рождения у них есть принцип свой, наоборот, женщина это мама и родная, понимаешь? Ну да, это вот. То есть, да, для добра, как святые. Прислуженные, служака, собака, как-то так, да, понимаешь? И это хорошо, понимаешь? Это, да. Это не только натура, не только, да. Это тепло, и деньги, и если они при чем, то не наоборот. То есть женщины с деньгами это зло. То есть, я еще раз тебе говорю, что святость это женское просто естество, натура. Да, то есть, да, вот как-то просто, я не к тому, что я обижаюсь или обижаю кого-то. Нет, я не к тому, вот видишь, это просто религиозность такая, да, получается. Безденежность, то есть, понимаешь? То есть, потому что все настоящее, оно от людей исходит, от тел людских, понимаешь? От того, что тела, да, типа того. Как понимаете, вот и все, блин, да. А какие будут, что там будет, это все не важно. А может вообще даже ничего не надо, понимаешь? То есть вот ты такая вот, надо это, надо, а не надо ничего. То есть пусть за тебя мужик решает, чем тебя окружить, какую оправу тебе ставить, как бы, да, ну, то и мужик, да, понимаешь. Ну, да. Да, понимаю. Ну, вот это должность, да. Да, понимаю. Наверное, с характером. Характер у вас, да? Понимаю, да. Да. Ну, понимаешь, мужчина – это всегда мужчина, это всегда мужская особь. Это такой вопрос времени, когда он начнет себя проявлять. Да, да, да. И это не твое дело, что будет он себя проявлять, не будет, твое дело быть женой, да. То есть как бы не к тому, что ты эти, что-то там, да, а просто это хорошо, это нормально, если, да, да, чтобы, если угодно. И тогда и хочется, понимаешь? И тогда, да, город, ну, как говорится, да. Ну, видишь, это уже условно. Ну, хорошо, если так понимаю, понимаю. Да, 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 понимаю, там я просто жду. Да, это есть. Да. А что может быть дороже шмоток? Смотри, давай тебе ампутируем пол организма. Узнаешь, что может быть дороже. Наоборот, говорит. Не знаю, то есть как бы ради чего жить-то? Ну, меня не касается. Да, да, здоровье, жизнь, да, да. Доброе, доброе, да. Взаимоотношения, да, да, наверное, как-то так. Любовь вроде, наверное, да. Да. Прощение, да. 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 Ну, да. Ну, значит, ну, нет, значит, ну, не можно, да, понимаю. Значит, неправильно? Значит, у вас, то есть я тебе говорю же, да, значит, у вас условия, значит, у вас мужское мнение какое-то. А это делаете, да, 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 манипулятор русский, все. Ты попросить, постепенно.
You're still consuming carbs
Наоборот, значит, да.
if you have a lot of stress. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is that it's creating a catabolic
Ты понимаешь, вот потому что если что, вы нет.
breakdown effect of proteins. Your skin. So one way to age is just to go through stress. So you're going to have to actively work hard at countering the amount of stress in our environment. Unfortunately, we can't escape it, but you can do things to counter it and slow it down. You can actively and aggressively do continual and regular exercise. You can do a lot of fasting, both intermittent and prolonged fasting. You can do physical work, which is probably one of the best ways to counter stress. You can work on improving your sleep, okay? And one really great technique is to control your breathing. Start breathing through your nose, especially when you're sleeping, and slow down your breathing. I have a really good video on that. If you haven't seen that, I will put a link down below. But controlled breathing can pull you out of a panic attack and really keep your stress under control. But stress is another factor that I need to bring up because it's a really important thing. The other point I want to bring up is protein. You want to make sure the protein is quality, so organic, grass-fed, wild-caught, fatty fish. Seafood is important for quality proteins as well as trace minerals, which help the skin. Then we have pasture-raised eggs, very, very important versus the commercial eggs. Then you have wild-caught animal products. And then we also get to the amount of protein. A healthy ketogenic plan is a moderate amount of protein. It's not a high protein diet. What do you think happens when you consume excessive amounts of protein that you're not converting into body proteins? Well, that protein is then used for fuel, and it's also creating a lot of waste in your body. So it's very important not to overdo it on the protein if you want to look youthful. So I'm not recommending going low protein, just a moderate amount. A real simple rule of thumb would be the amount of protein on the palm of your hand times 2 if you're male, or just times 1 if you're female, just to keep it really, really simple. That would be a moderate amount of protein. And then the last point I want to bring up is your microbiome. Your microbes in your gut help make fatty acids, called short-chain fatty acids, which are really important in controlling blood sugars, in making your insulin more sensitive, in getting rid of insulin resistance. They also make vitamins, B vitamins. They also make factors that help your immune system and decrease inflammation. And on top of that, they make secondary bile. So they help you make bile, which is also very, very important in the extraction of the fat cycle vitamins. So having a really good microbiome is so essential in that youthful look. And one of the best foods for establishing this microbiome is fermented vegetables. So like sauerkraut, probably the best food for your skin. But there are other types of things like pickles and other fermented vegetables that are very, very important because they give you the prebiotic and the probiotic at the same time. All right, I packed a lot of information in this video. I hope you took notes. Watch it again.
Тебе вырвут сердце, наверное. С таким диагнозом.
Let's talk about the real reason why you should be drinking lemon water every single day. The average person does not know the true
Ну да, да. Ну да. Ну да, ну. Себя что ли? Ну нет. Всё хорошо. Вот он. Нормально. Thank you. Thank you. Чем она это играет? hi. Hi.
Give me 1 second, Evgeny.
Okay, I'm here.
Evgeny, I'm back.
Okay, very glad to see you. Very well. Okay. Your camera is off while you're thinking, drinking. So, one man. One male. So we today will study some exercises, some practices. We shall start beginning. Отыграть просто. Looks like this, yeah? So basically, your turn now. Yes. So, that's how they look like. No, so, that. Okay, it will meanwhile. What is the purpose? So you can you may feel the position of the hand and you may feel so very gladly and comfortably, yes, on the piano, yes. But but you have to make it all along the promise me. So that is very what it does it show us? Look at this. So there is a all notes. These notes are just upholded. That's why they're so we have four notes that in one cluster. It's called cluster. Of course, like this one, they like grapes. They all stick all together. Yes, because they are this re mi fa sol, for example, or d. It doesn't matter. Just they are all together from the one scale, and they put it all together. Yes, you already know it. Cluster. Yes. So yeah, so that's why the way they look regular chords, they look more like this mostly. Yes. So cluster-like chords, they are not quite in modern music, in avant-garde music, maybe irregular music or irregular style. Yes. So this is notes are just upholded. We are holding them, they're long, and the whole exercise. So basically the steady exercise, yes. So your hand position is almost all the time is steady, okay? But only, as you can see, only one note is repeating, and it's called triplets because we on one count we don't have regular. We have we on one count we have three. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1 on each. We have three notes on one count. Yeah, so because regularly it doesn't matter, three notes on one count. Yes, on one beat. So, counting. We are counting. 1, 2, 3. Count out loud. Yes. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. In each count we have 3. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3. Нет, это как раз то, что надо играть, да. All the dancing music is like this. So it is okay, yeah. So they are quite primitive, yeah. Actually, yeah, it is all, yeah. If you make some fuzzy distortion or something, it sounds really. It's almost all the time, yeah. So it is good. It is this guy lived. When did he live? It was 100 years ago, yes. And the music that he studied, it was So it is that, etc., etc. So more than 200 and 300 years ago. But it is still actual. But yesterday it was just practices. But today is true music. Yeah? It's a real music. Yeah? I'm coding you just. Ладно, forget it. So just exercising, yes. But there is in each exercise there is like a part of a song. Yes, I'd say. Yes. So here is the basic position. It is quite important because it makes relieve your hand and it makes you your mind. It makes it better. Okay. So that's how it goes. We go C, D, E, F, G as regular and put. Maybe you played it already. If you played it, it's okay. I just want today to ask you to tomorrow. I want to watch it. How do you play this? If you are already playing this, yeah. Just to see that you are okay and so this is how it looks like, okay? Yeah, 5 fingers position and try Yeah. And this is not you're not moving it. As you can see, I just put it like a freezer. Yes. Yes, I just put it and I just play it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I count only 1. And you can make your own music later with it. I don't care about it. I want you to play this exercise. Goddamn. One more time. Look at this. C, D, E, F, G, E. 5 fingers. Okay. Could you put it so I can see it with your right palm, right hand? One, 2, 3, 4, just in that, and there I hold it just like this, yeah. And I just put it and that's it. I hold it. I wait you. No, I don't want you to play. We're starting from the exercises. One more time. I want you to repeat with me. Понимаете? Я что, глухой, что ли? Что? Да, понимаете? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, quicker. It is exercise. Very quicker. It is quicker exercise. Yes. Here we go. Put it. Right hand. I don't see it. Yes, you just put one more time. You put it and hold it. Look at this. There, go down and they are still down. All the keys are down. Okay, and I hold it all my hand. Yes, all the 5 keys. Yes, got it. It is very important. You just hold it and make it a little, not strict like this, but a little rounded. Okay, go and try to move. Да, понимаю. I wait. I don't see it. No, you just hold it like this and that's it. Okay. Понимаете, на что ли, да? Okay. Okay. Hopefully you until you do it, it is not mathematics. If you are not doing it, you can't do it. That is very easy in music, like in dancing. If you are not dancing, you can't understand the dance. You can only do the dance. The music is the same, but more interesting. Yeah. If you are not doing, you are not doing. So in mathematics, maybe if you are this is very simple. Sorry for this. Okay. That's how it goes. So, and what this exercise is all about, and you gotta feel it because your thumb position, yes, because your palm will be better. For this, yeah, with this. Will be better. What? And look at this, yeah. And here we go. 4 counts. Each count goes for 3 notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, but without stop. 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost like a waltzer we played already. Equal 3 notes. 1, 2, yam, ti, ti, 4, ti, ti. Like that, so. So this is the tripods. So that's how it goes. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you enjoy, you can make it better, okay? And then you do the second finger. So it was do, 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 do. Sorry for the camera. We go do, 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 or the C. And the next, the continuous cluster, but we have the what is it? And now we go C, C, D, 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 D. So of course, yes, of course, I want you to do this so I can see if you understand or not. And understanding is equal to doing in music, like in dancing. There is no understanding, only doing. Okay? Hopefully you got it. So you gotta do it. So one more time, I'm telling you the 1, 2, 3, 4, and I try to do this without my movement. Yes, without movement. Your thumb needs a little help, maybe yes, but the other fingers are quite equal. Yes, and all the fingers are put in style, put on the places. Yes, and the finger is playing. It's only one moving finger. Okay. And actually, my wrist is hanging here. Yes. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Very important for beginning. Yes. Well, for beginning piano, beginning level. Yes. Yes. And even not only beginners, but for each level exercise actually. Yes. They are more complicated with a complicated fingering, maybe, yes? It's all done. It's all done, because we need. It's all down because Oh, hopefully you maybe you are already doing it. Then let me see it, okay? Just for me to be proud of you or to understand that it's very good. Okay. Gotcha. You don't, what is it? You understand me? Not? I don't. Okay, very well. I don't see your fingers, just. I don't see you fingering. Yeah, this is better. Taster. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Much better. Yes. Very well. All yes, and all of them. You that. Yes, and all of them. Yeah. It's making around. Yeah. Very good. Very good. And each hand. And when you do it for each hand, hopefully coordination. Yeah. Hopefully got it together. Very well. You are very well, child. Yes. 3, 4, 1, triplets. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like aerodrome, you know. And there is some phase of over sound. Yeah, but okay, maybe you phase. Very good, yes. Yeah, and you may make some fun with over fighter, yeah, very well. You're so good, so cool. Yeah, very well, very nice. I like you. Yeah, very well. Very good. Yeah. So yeah, let us proceed then. Ну да, да. So maybe some new tricks then. Нет, потом уже, maybe later then. Да. Very well, I'm proud of you actually. Yeah, you made. So yeah, your piano. Yeah, you wanted to play. No, I believe so. No, I believe so. You wanted to play something new. Very good. Very good. Something very good there. Yes. Yeah, very well. Both-handedly. Next time do it both-handedly. Symmetrical. Not, понимаете. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Аэродром. Аэропорт, да. And there is still other sound in here, yes? On a big piano you can actually. Yeah. Okay, very well, very good, very good. Okay, maybe and this kind of tricks we need for to grasp your proposal. Yes. Here I am. I'm on the 9th bar, semicolon. So basically, most of positions, most of fingering will be like this, yeah? So for left hand, okay, maybe let us try coordination. So we have the 1, 3, 5, like this, yeah? Of course, you don't have to raise your palms or fingers here. Just make it closer. close number. One and two and three and four and one and two. So we go C, then far away, then back near, far. C, like a little rainbow. Bomb, this is bomb, this is T to T, this is bomb, T to T, T to T is upper. And we can make a restriction, okay? Go on, please try. With only left. With only lefty, okay? No time. I listen. So it goes. Don ti tu ti don ti tu ti don ti tu ti do ti tu ti do ti do ti. It's even called Albertus Roana. Albertus Basis, it's called Basis. It doesn't matter. So basically I take the bass on the beginning of the chord and then I reverse it. Not like this, right? Not the straight way, wave like, yes, but way like fancy way, in a fancy rubber way. Okay, go on, please, honey, try. If you make it, you can. 5 1 3 1 5 1 3 1. Okay. C G E G C G E G C G E G. I wait. Close. Yeah, very good. But different chord. Yeah, different chord. Okay. Here goes. Here is I take the C. The C goes in ensemble. It goes small octave. So the octave's name in classical music, it goes sub contra octave. The littlest octave. Yes. It goes contra octave. Contra means contrary is something sub versus the middle range. It means, yes. Sub contra. So it's under the contra watch. This is the contra watch here. That's all. It is sub. So it's sub contra. It's a contra, and it is a big octave. Big octave. It's called, yes. And it is small octave. Big also great octave. Great octave. It's called, yes. And it's called the small octave. It is first and middle range is called first octave. Yes. First and why is it first octave? First octave because anybody, any human being can sing in this octave. Even the basses, the lowest basses, they can sing in this octave some notes. Basses is the lowest voice of the male person. Yes. So so basses can sing maybe not whole octave, but part of it actually until this. Good basses can reach even on temporary basis, yeah. Sometimes, yes. Tenor is the more, minor voices. They can reach even upper to even these notes. Sorry, without the script on it. Okay, so it doesn't really matter. So it is so even male, low voiced male can sing. Even high, of course, all the soprani voices and mezzo soprani can sing in this octave, the whole octave. The female women, yes, the female voices, and even girls and children and boys, yes, little children can sing in this octave, yes. Commonly voice of children are hanging over this octave somewhere, yes. Maybe this range or not really. It is low for children. Well, maybe you are not a very childish child already. Maybe, yes, but for a little under the table children, they go with a few notes with re, mi, fa. Or maybe you are on that, not that. Or with a few notes that of this octave, yes. But so this is, and of course everybody, and the very very high soprani, soprani voci. This is they can sing this octave, of course, too, women. So this is why it is first octave. So if you say electronically, mathematically, it should be first octave, but not electronic, but musically, but humanly, no. But in music is traditional, so it is the first octave. That's why, because it is for the human ears, for human being, let's say. Okay, that's why it goes first, and then it goes the. So okay, first, and after this, very the second, and blah blah blah. So yeah, sorry for this interruption. Yes, that's what we were about. So they will go like a small octave. So this will go in the small octave of C. Okay, and we get so you played almost correctly, but you played wrong notes and in different position. Yes, we tried to study it with you, but not this this pattern. We tried that. So we go to the highest range, yes, and go a little better and return and slow down. Highest range, better and return. Yes, so 4 movements we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is note repeatance. C G E G C G E G C G E G C G E G C G E G, or do sol mi sol do sol mi sol do sol mi sol do sol mi sol do. Slowly. Do sol mi sol do sol mi sol, like slow motion. Okay, let it and continue then. I'll wait. One more time. C, G, E, G, and repeat. C, G, E, G, and repeat. C, small octave. Yeah. Very good. One more time, please. First note is correct. Yeah, I heard it. I heard it already. Hey. This is very, yeah. Oh, something different. You make something different. This is very classical. So this is tradition, sound very terrific. Yes. So this is, and you just make a different chord and any chord. Any chord sound like Mozartian, yes. Oh my God. It's just fancier. So, like this. Okay. Oh, you might be player already. Ты уже играла, что ли? You're a player, да. So, now more time. G, G, very correct, okay? C, G, E, G. Like it's written in notes, okay? C, G, E, G, C, G, E, G, and second bar or measure is C, G, is the same too, okay? I wait. Oh, а что, не играешь, что ли, на это? C, G, E, G. Maybe you are already playing it, but I need to see it. Yeah, correct responding. Hey, I don't hear anything and I see anything. No, please, not this time. Yeah? I don't understand. What is it? So I don't hear it. I don't hear you playing. Maybe you're and I don't see your the. Что такое? Okay. Yes. Something close. No, you're playing something different. One more time. I'm showing you the notes. One more time. C, G. We use 5 fingers. C, G, E, G. And then repeat. C, G, E, G. Looking over here. Here is my C. Yes. C, G, E, G, C, G, E, G. And that's it for now. Da. No. Yes, got you. So yeah, it is complicated. That's correct. One more time. Da. No. One more time. C, G, E, G. 5, 1, 3, 1, and repeat. 5, 1, 3, 1, fingering. 1, 3, 1, 5, 1, 3, 1, C, G, E, G. 5. One more time. 5, 1, 3, 1, 5. Sorry for this. One more time. 1, Okay. I wait. Please correct. Yes. No. All the 4 notes repeated. 4 notes. We need C, G, E, G. 4 sounds. 3 notes, but 4 sounds. Okay. 4 sounds. And with your left hand. G. Yes. Now it's correct. Almost, and you repeat it all the time. Yes. With your left hand. Sorry. So you gotta practice, gotta train it. Yes, your notes are not correct. You gotta think about each movement. Okay? You gotta think about it. Here is the drink. How to drink it? Yes. You go the middle range, да наоборот, значит, да, и все это, да, понимаете. Типа она будет тренироваться, что ли? Она не будет тренировать ее, она не будет играть ее, потому что, но она это играет, она. Sorry, and here goes with the melody. 2 and 3 and 4. Only lefty shots, yeah? And it repeats, yeah? 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And we make the same with the chord. Chords are changing, but pattern is the same. Okay. Melody goes 1, 2, and 3, and 4, but we make some reverse time. We make change this chord, okay? 3 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 in 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 4 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. Okay, it's enough for I want you to study it. Да. Да нет, понимаете, да. I want you to play it right now. You gotta play right now patterns. Okay. All right, maybe later. So this is the study for you. C, G, E, G, C, G, E, G. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Repeating pattern, repeating pattern. If you make it later, да. So, да, да. Okay, don't make it quick because it is you, да. Не надо играть, значит, Okay, very well. Now, what was it? Да нет, не нравится. И песни играйте. Да, наоборот, да. Okay, here is some tricky, facey. Tricky melodies, okay? Играй то, что есть уже, да. Окей. Да. Окей. Да, respect, you should respect me, да. So, okay. Maybe we'll take this exercise, yeah? For developing. This is... For developing fingers. For developing fingers exercise. Okay. It doesn't really matter. Okay. Here it goes. Okay. Okay. Sorry for this. Let us play your song. Yeah, it is time for you already. It is your song. What is it? Songbook, yeah. Songbook, piano. So. Yes, almost correctly. That's it already. 1 and 2, and now neck together. Yes, now connecting them together. So. And here goes melody, beginning of the song. 1 and 2, re, mi, fa, sol, la, sol, si, sol, fa, mi, re, fa, mi, re, do. And continues, да? So, and that's, so coordination, and this is a little coordination here, да? So on this you should, and here is the beginning of melody, so melody like flags, yes, over the rainbows. Here goes the melody. 1, Do, re, mi. It's based on 5 fingers position. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, without counter. C, D, E, F, and F, G, A, G, E. Okay. Let me try. Нет, наоборот. Наоборот. Значит, папка твоя, она там твоя, да. Окей. Окей, непонятно, я не понимаю тебя вообще. Почему ты не играешь то, что я типа why don't you play what you show me? What I show you, what don't you play this? Вот это он имеет в виду. That's correct, that's right. Because you have to play correctly, to play it correctly, you need to some practice, yeah? You don't need to make it steady. All the time repeat all the same notes. No matter what. This is for this song it is rule. For some songs it is not true, but for this song it is rule. For the pianoforte, yeah. For Mozart it is no. Уже надоел просто сколько можно уже. So this is so it's like a dancing, your dancing style. You have to It's not equal. It's not equal. Very well. Now then. Yes. Yeah, now it's correct. Now, yeah, so you gotta practice, yeah, you gotta know it, you gotta do it all the time, yeah. So what was this? Не надо играть в нее вообще, да. Okay, your song, your song. Надо ее играть всегда, да. Играй свое только, Кеймбор. Да. Вот это он видишь, играет она плохо, да. Да, вот это и есть, да. Very well. So, what was our song last time? Ours about the bears, about some bear that was alone. Yeah. Yes. Very good. So you almost know this song. Could you play it one more time? Very cutie, very cute. Very well, very well. Now a little corrections, yes? Here it was, I would advise you to watch it, yeah? To watch it. So, look at me now. One, beginning is very well, 3 bars is correct. And now, So, да, понимаю. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And since you are not doing it well, yes? So the last part of the song goes like this: C, B flat, B, A. Sorry. The last part of the song goes with the flats. Okay, C, B flat, A flat. Could you repeat it? C, B flat, A flat. Lefty, my left hand. What is correct? Not correct. It is not improvisation now. It is your rule. Yes. If you're playing the song, then you should play. I'm going to see G, A, B, C. Okay, correct next time. All right then. Oh, correct. G, A, B, C. G, A, B, C. Yes, we're gonna have that. Okay. Oh, very well. Okay, very quicker experience for the next application. So yeah, a little trick for you. Yes, one more thing. Okay, practice for two fingers. It may be 1, 2, or maybe 1, 3 finger. Okay, try it out like a dancer. Okay, it goes C, G, E. Okay, it goes C, G, E, C, E, G. Actually, yes, C, E. And I all the time I just mix the behavior. Okay, C, E, G. And I go, and like I'm runner. I'm running. Прибежал сюда. I came here, okay. And then I'm runner here, and I'm runner here. But here I am on the opposite, and I only two-legged. I'm a two-legged runner. Because I have to practice the stretcher. The stretcher. This is the very important stretcher of runner, of piano runs. Okay. That's why only 2 fingers I have. Okay. 1, 3. Maybe, okay, let us make it 1, 2 finger. 1 and 2. 1 and 2 finger, okay? Okay, and then I go approach the next C. And here I am Olympian. And I'm on E. And I'm an opera singer. Here already, yes? And all the time I finish on a different line, okay? And so I for example, yeah, and we have yes, and that's how we go, okay. 3, then 4, and all this will be C, E, G chord in all behavior. So we have 2 octaves of C, E, G, this, and 1 more note, upper note, okay. So we go 3, then go 4. But with the opposite, and each time we have the opposite leg that go in So now 5, now 6, and now we go like like да, 7, да. So don't hurry. Yes, actually, да. No, наоборот, да. So yeah, I know you gotta go already, but yeah, I want you to practice this. I really like it. Yeah. And it is, and if you, no, it is, and it is okay. So make it with, okay, make it double, okay, make it double with 3 fingers. You make it stretch with second finger. What is the trick? What is the trick? I have to stand from next finger to X finger, yes, to each position, okay? Yeah, got me, okay? That's why I'm a runner, because I'm a runner, I'm sticky runner, I'm sticker, да, понял тебя. Ну, специально так уже делает. Yes, and I'm sticker, and all the time I come to the opposite. Here I go, okay, hopefully you got it. And then I stretch with the third finger. Six notes. Yes, and this is enough. So I started from this C and run for 2 octaves to the next C. Yes, and I made repeat it couple times with a different fingering, not to be bored with the finger number 1, then with 2, and maybe even this one, but it is complicated already. Yes, and it is very fancy, and it is very musical, because it's like, you know, Mozartian. It's complicated. Sorry. Okay, so honey, see you then. Be later. Okay, bye. Конечно, это, понимаете, давайте уже тут. Ладно, поехали. Ну, да, вот. Плохо тесано, просто все, да, понимаю. Да. Ну, да. Нет, там ничего не было. Вообще-то да, может не сделать. То есть что-то дают, да. Ну, шучу я просто. Видишь, все идут. Ну, блин. Блин. Там, Си. Даем просто даем. Ну, ладно. Вот. Ну, надо иметь в виду. Если занят чаще, нет, так не бывает. Ты все равно генетика и так далее. То есть не отвечает только если он работает над собой и вообще а так я жоп, ну там жопа не моя, да, не моя. Да. Кто здесь? Гондос, нет, Карлос. Шапита. Где мой горлян? Горлачик, а он галочек слабый. Видишь меня, что ли? Видишь меня совсем? Спица. Фильм.
And wonderful work. I'd like to share with you my feelings about the Biden-Harris administration and wonderful work that they've been doing and strong messaging about what is necessary to get us past this pandemic. That we should all get vaccinated, that we should get boosted, that we should wear our masks. And so I am heartily grateful for this strong messaging that this administration is committed to doing to be able to get us past where we are today. I'd like to share with you my feelings about the Biden-Harris administration and wonderful work that they've been doing and strong messaging about what is necessary to get us.
Everyone, tomorrow will mark 1 year since I took office. It's been a year of challenges, but it's also been a year of enormous progress. We went from 2 million people being vaccinated at the moment I was sworn in to 210 million Americans being fully vaccinated today. We created 6 million new jobs, more jobs in 1 year than any time before. Unemployment dropped, the unemployment rate dropped to 3.9%. Child poverty dropped by nearly 40%, the biggest drop ever in American history. New business applications grew by 30%, the biggest increase ever. And for the first time in a long time, this country's working people actually got a raise. Actually got a raise. People at the bottom 40% saw their income go up. Most of all those who got a raise. We cut health insurance premiums for millions of American families, and we just made surprise medical bills illegal in this country. You know those bills you get that you don't expect $2,000 to $5,000 from the hospital beyond what you thought you were going to have to owe because of the consultation you weren't told it cost that much? No more. We're now illegal. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan and other actions we've taken, we've seen record job creation, record economic growth in the past year. Now, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure bill, we're about to make a record investment in rebuilding America to take us to be number one best infrastructure in the world. Now we're way globally. We'll be creating better jobs for millions of people, modernizing our roads, our bridges, our highways, our ports, our airports. Everything from making clean water, removing lead pipes. That every American can turn on a faucet and drink clean water. Urban and rural and suburban communities. It's going to make affordable high-speed internet available to every American in urban, rural, and suburban areas. We've never done that before. Now we are in the process of getting that done. Still, for all this progress, I know there's a lot of frustration and fatigue in this country. We know why. COVID-19 has now been challenging us in a way that it's the new enemy. But while it's cause for concern, it's not cause for panic. We've been doing everything we can, learning and adapting as fast as we can, preparing for a future beyond the pandemic. All I know that after almost 2 years of physical, emotional, and psychological weight of this pandemic, and has an impact it's had on it, for many of us, it's been too much to bear. We're in a very different place now. We have the tools, vaccines, boosters, masks, tests, pills, to save lives and keep businesses and schools open. 75% of adults are fully vaccinated. We've gone from 90 million adults with no shots in arms last summer and down to 35 million with no shots as of today. And we're adding about 9 million more vaccinations each week. We're going to stick with our vaccination efforts because vaccinations work. So get vaccinated, please. And get your booster. Look, we're also increasing testing. Should we have done more testing earlier? Yes. But we're doing more now. We've gone from 0 at-home tests a year ago to 375 million tests on the market in just this month. If you buy a test at the store, your insurance will reimburse you. On top of that, we're making 1 billion at-home tests available for you to order and be delivered to your home for free. Just visit covidtest.gov to know how to get that free test kit to your home. In addition, there are 20,000 sites where you can get tested in person for free now. And now we have more treatments that people can, for people to keep people out of the hospital than any other point in the pandemic, including life-saving antiviral pills. We purchased 20 million.
Я знаю, как это работает до конца, но смотри, то есть скорая помощь же оплачивается, правильно? Правильно понимаю? То есть смотри, да, из кармана нет, не платишь, что ли? Не полностью, что ли, нахожу? Ну и все. В чем проблема-то? То есть это оплаченные услуги. Ну, можно давать. Это кризис на самом деле. Да. То есть не из кармана, там у них страховка, точно. Ну нет, базовый это все равно, ну, там это другое. Ну да. Ну да. Ну да. Но я и не хочу, как говорится, да? Не хочу. чухнешься, наоборот, только да. Ну, одна жизнь, да. Да, наоборот, да. Ну, нет, так не понимаешь. Да, если говорить наоборот, это есть. Болеть не полезно, ты понимаешь, что у тебя одна единственная жизнь. Ты к врачам придешь, добрый день, ты что-нибудь ампутируют, и нормально все. Да. Значит, лучше, вот, да, просто здоровый будь, и вообще-то оттуда не появляйся никогда просто. Да. Это самое лучшее, что может быть. Да. Это я тебе не могу обещать или гарантировать, что в нынешних условиях или нет. Нет, у меня сам. Просто вообще сам. Ох, что ли.
We're not, we have more treatments that people can for free. Just visit covidtest.gov to know how to get that free test kit to your home. In addition, there are 20,000 sites where you can get tested in person for free now. And now we have more treatments that people can, that for people to keep people out of the hospital than any other point in the pandemic, including life-saving antiviral pills. We purchased 20 million of these new Pfizer pills, more than any country in the world.
Не
The
надо
bottom line in COVID-19 is that we're in a better place than have been thus far, clearly better than the year. We're not going back to lockdown. We're not going back to closing schools. Schools should stay open because the American Rescue Plan, we provided to states $130 billion. $130 billion to keep our students and educators safe and schools open. Funding for ventilation systems in schools, social distancing, hygiene for classrooms and school buses. In addition, we've added another $10 billion for COVID-19 tests to be able to be administered at schools. Many states and school districts have spent this money very well. Unfortunately, some haven't. I encourage the states and school districts that use the funding to protect our children, to keep our schools open. Use it. The COVID-19 is not going to give up and accept things. It's not going to go away immediately. But I'm not going to give up and accept things as they are now. Some people may call what's happening now the new normal. I call it a job not yet finished. It will get better. We're moving toward a time when COVID-19 won't disrupt our daily lives. But COVID-19 won't be a crisis, but something to protect against and a threat. Look, we're not there yet, but we will get there. Now, the second challenge we're facing are prices. COVID-19 has created a lot of economic complications, including rapid price increases across the world economy. People see it at the gas pump, the grocery stores, and elsewhere. So, here's what we're going to do. Critical job in making sure that the elevated prices don't become entrenched rests with the Federal Reserve, which has a dual mandate: full employment and stable prices. The Federal Reserve provided extraordinary support during the crisis for the previous year and a half. Given the strength of our economy and the pace of recent price increases, it's appropriate, as the Federal Chairman Powell, the Fed Chairman Powell, has indicated, to recalibrate the support that is now necessary. I respect the Fed's independence. I've nominated 5 superb individuals to serve on the Federal Board of Governors, men and women from a variety of ideological perspectives. They're eminently qualified, historically diverse.
Не упадет, видимо. А, так это... Чем он стоял-то? Ох, что ли. Салат. Что это такое вообще? Нет, что ли? Ух ты. Стойка, блин. Ну да, еще. Ладно. Да ладно, как он сбежал-то? Что ты не может быть такого? Специально не знаю. Что он не оставил? Может быть, прям это, что за лохотура такая, да? Что-то следующий этаж не могут подняться, что ли? Да. Электрошокер, блин. Чё? Не бывает такого, не верю я. Так уж не сбежал, наверное. Че, как дурак, ты смотрю на тухту какую-то. Да. Так там некуда бежать-то даже. вентиляцию, допустим, а дальше что? Что это я такое вообще тут? Что да? Ладно. Вообще нельзя показывать эту ситуацию. Так. Я написал уже 100 раз. Нет, не получилось. Это единственное. Я выберу. А ты карамель вообще популярный.
is kindly agreed to talk to us, who's a clinical professor, School of Population and Public Health. Is that right, Stephen? Yes. Faculty of Medicine, University of Columbia. So basically, I know you've been working on a paper which is sort of challenging some of the almost sort of not quite axioms, but things that are so frequently done in modern clinical practice that when someone has a fever, you reduce the fever. When someone's ill, we try and give them lots of drinks, and when someone's ill, we try and feed them. But you're sort of rethinking this, aren't you? I mean, how would you sort of summarize the argument we're going to be looking at today, Stephen, please?
So our paper focuses on three aspects of fever, basically fever itself, food, and fluids, and a lot of advice that we give patients, because sometimes when a patient's sick, we want to give them advice that they can do something to help themselves. But a lot of the advice we give is not evidence-based, and is sometimes not useful or even harmful. And with a severe infection like COVID going around, we're seeing a lot of this, I think, potentially harmful advice being given to people. So the first aspect is fever. This is a part of your immune response, and it's the way the body fights off infections. A single bacteria or virus can rapidly change its temperature, but humans can't. So we can rapidly increase our temperature. Viruses are only effective over a certain temperature range, so it makes it harder to survive your body. And the higher the fever, it's generally a sign of a more serious infection. So if you have a very high fever, why turn that off if it's trying to fight the infection? So that's another important point. The second aspect is fluid. People often say, every public health website will tell you to drink plenty of fluids when you have a fever, and that's exactly the opposite thing you should do, because when your body is a fever, it actually releases a hormone that retains water. Because normally when an animal becomes sick, it's going to hide its burrow, try and keep warm. It's not going to be eating or drinking. So if you're not eating or drinking, you want to conserve that water you have. That's what the body does. Yeah, whatever water you have when you get sick, it's trying to hold that in. So if you're holding water and you're drinking plenty of fluids on top of that, that fluid has to go somewhere. So if you're drinking, say, water or something like that, generally that fluid goes into the cells. So you can go into the lungs, you want your lungs to fill up with fluid. That's not going to help you breathe. It stores some cells in the brain, so people often get headaches, when they get high fever. A lot of that is due to just doing the wrong thing. And the same with fluid. If an animal is sick, it's hiding its burrow, it's not going to be eating. And so generally what the body does is it consumes itself, there's stored fats and sugars that it breaks down to fight that infection. Because if you ever had a large Christmas dinner, you know that afterwards you feel quite tired because it consumes a lot of energy to digest. And so when you have a serious infection, that time that you're spending digesting food is taken away from energy you could spend against the infection, which is the more important thing at that time.
Wow. So basically what we're saying is for the vast majority of people with acute infections, whether that's caused by bacterial or viral illness, it's usually best not to artificially lower the temperature with medicines such as paracetamol or acetaminophen. It's best not to give them too much in the way of fluids, and it doesn't matter if someone doesn't eat for 24, 48 hours for the vast majority of people. Does that?
That's right.
And your contention is that this will have an improved clinical outcome, that they will be sick for a shorter period of time, they're less likely to die. What's the practical outflow of following these three pieces of advice?
Yeah, I think your survival from serious illness is going to be much higher, and also that's an important part of the immune response is the fever. And when I was first writing this paper, a year ago, there was no such thing as long COVID, and people were staying ill long after the illness had gone away. And I'm thinking now that maybe some of that is because we're turning off the immune system right when we're starting to fight that infection, and then that's causing negative effects on various organs and some long-term effects that people might be suffering from because they shut the immune system off right at the very beginning.
Wow, I mean, this is, of course, the reason we're doing this interview is this is what I've believed for a long time myself, but it's pretty radical. Most people associate a fever with abnormality, therefore they need to get rid of it. So I think we start off by looking at fever in a little more detail, Stephen, if that's okay. I mean, how is a fever generated when someone has, say, a viral or a bacterial infection? What's happening physiologically in the body to raise the body temperature?
So it's controlled by the hypothalamus, which controls your regular body temperature. So during the winter time, you feel cold, you're going to put on a sweater or turn up the heat in your room, or wear a thicker coat. But when you get a fever, the body decides, okay, 37 degrees Celsius is not good enough. We need to raise it to, say, 40 degrees Celsius. So now when your body's 37 degrees, all of a sudden you feel cold. You get the chills, you might get shakes or rigors. And so what your body is actually trying to tell you is warm up, go lie under some warm covers, dress more warmly. So it's trying to give people that information, to change their behavior, so that, because you can imagine, raising your body temperature from 37 to 40 uses up a lot of energy. It's just a waste to use your body's own energy to generate that fever when you can just lie under some warm covers or get a hot water bottle or something like that. It's trying to give you that information to save your energy and stay warm. But people often want to take, medication because they think, I don't feel well, let's take some medication. But, what's the point of taking anti-fever drugs if it's going to prolong your illness or worsen your illness, make you temporarily feel a little bit better, but over the long term, it's not going to help.
So acetaminophen, which is paracetamol, is exactly the same drug, or Tylenol, it's the same thing. And ibuprofen are common medicines that people take to reduce fever. Will those drugs actually have any antiviral or antibacterial effect?
No, those drugs themselves don't have any therapeutic effect against the virus or bacteria or anything like that. And there are some animal studies to suggest that, in fact, the animals survive less well, develop more serious infections when you use those drugs.
So these medicines are treating the symptoms to make someone feel better in the short term, and they do make someone feel better in the short term. But they are actually working against the body's own deliberate attempt to raise the temperature.
Right. Each medication has different mechanisms of action, and with paracetamol, what it does is it causes your peripheral veins to dilate, so you're losing heat. But also, if you're giving that higher doses regularly to a patient, it often causes a drop in blood pressure. So to counter that, they will often give the patient more drugs to bolster the blood pressure, more fluids to fill up the veins to try and increase the blood pressure. But all this is working against what the body's trying to do, and actually can make the situation a lot worse for the patient.
Mm-hmm. I've heard of pyrogens, Steve. What are they?
Pyrogens are molecules in bacteria and viruses that stimulate the fever. So there's certain conserved molecules in these infectious agents that the body can recognize. This is a gram-negative bacteria, or this is a gram-positive bacteria. And then that shapes the type of immune response that a person can develop afterwards. So important ways to recognize something that doesn't belong in the body.
And then the pyrogens will be recognized in the hypothalamus, which will just turn the temperature up. Is that the way it works?
Right. So if the body gauges that it's not a serious infection, you might not get a fever, or maybe only a mild fever. If the body gauges it's a more serious infection, you get much higher fevers depending on what how serious it seems to the immune system.
it's quite incredible, isn't it? And as the temperature goes up, as someone develops a fever, you've already said that the viruses, if there's viral infections, the viral particles won't replicate as effectively. Is that true?
Yeah, it does. Because a virus or bacteria, these are like single cells that, they don't operate over wide temperature ranges. Like humans can live in the Arctic, they can live in the tropics. We can live over wide temperature ranges, but a virus or a bacteria has certain optimal ranges that they live in. So, like cold virus usually gets into your nose because you're breathing out. Your nose is actually a little bit colder. Your nasal passages are colder than the body, so they like to live in those colder temperatures. So when you get this fever, it makes it much more difficult to the virus.
And is it the same for bacterial infections?
Same for bacterial infections. There's a certain range that is optimal for them. And then when you get these higher temperatures, it's a little bit harder for them to survive and replicate depending on what temperature it is.
So this will probably be related to the enzymic systems within the organism. The enzymes are very specific to a particular temperature range.
Right. There's a lot of aspects of your replication and enzyme production and things like that that operate at certain temperatures. The body releases certain molecules to protect its own cells and its own immune system so that they can operate more optimally at higher temperatures.
So the higher temperatures are uncomfortable for the organism. But what do the higher temperatures do to bolster the immune system of the individual?
Well, also it does seem that some immune cells function more optimally at higher temperatures. Enzymes work much more rapidly, so there's a little bit of efficiency that goes along with these higher temperatures that seem to be working hand in hand with the fever itself.
And is this the cells in the innate immune system, or are these the cells in the adaptive immune system, or is it affecting both types of immune cells?
It's affecting both. And what's interesting is they did a randomized study in children getting their routine vaccination. So it was a vaccination against multiple pathogens. And they randomized them to acetaminophen or placebo, and they found that patients that took the acetaminophen had much less immune response, so less antibodies that they measured gauging immune response. And many subsequent studies have been done in adults and children, and they'll show the same thing. That if you suppress the fever with acetaminophen or ibuprofen when you're getting a vaccination, you get a very much inferior immune response to that. So we know that the fever is going hand in hand with the immune response, guiding that action against these pathogens, which is important when we think about the COVID vaccination. Do you really want to take acetaminophen beforehand or afterwards if you're getting that vaccination? Are you going to get a good response? Probably not.
So this febrile response is enhancing the immune response for natural infection and enhancing the immune response that we get to artificial immunity, which is basically, I guess, what vaccination is. And yet routine advice, even from doctors all around the world, seems to be to reduce fevers if you're ill, or to take ibuprofen, paracetamol, acetaminophen after the vaccination if you have a febrile response. So this is basically contradicting a lot of official advice around the world at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we traditionally said that, fever is not that important. It doesn't make a difference. But actually, there is a wealth of studies, some studies in humans, but mostly in animals, that show that it is quite important. And if you look across the animal kingdom, all mammals produce fevers, all birds produce fevers. And then you've got some animals that can't alter their temperature, like reptiles and amphibians. They can't alter their temperature, but they can move to a warmer environment. And what we see is those animals animals as well have a febrile response. If they become infected, they'll move to a warmer environment. A snake will go somewhere in a squirrel or somewhere in the sun to heat its body up, much higher than it would normally when it's healthy. And we also see this in fish and even insects. So, you look across the animal kingdom, all these animals are trying to generate a febrile response when they have an infection. But humans are the only exception. They're trying
But we're the ones that bring it down, absolutely. So this is quite incredible. All mammals generate a febrile response when they have infections. All birds do. And quite a few fish and insects, and as we said, reptiles, lizards, snakes, seek to increase their body temperature via some mechanism. So what that's saying to me, Stephen, is this is a massively highly conserved characteristic. Does that relate to what you're saying?
Right. It's, it wouldn't spread this, because if you look at it, it's a huge metabolic cost for
Yes.
a mammal to generate that energy to increase its body temperatures. So, why would it have that huge metabolic cost during an infection unless there was some significant benefits of that response?
Now, if I have a metabolic deficit, I'll go to the kitchen and make myself a sandwich. It's not too difficult. But in the survival situation, spending that amount of energy to increase the temperature could be the difference between dying of starvation or surviving. It's a massive thing in a natural environment, isn't it? So for an organism to use such a lot of energy to generate a febrile response says to me that this febrile response must have a really significant purpose and adaptive advantage.
Yeah, for sure. And there's a concept, they call it sickness behavior. A lot of behaviors that an animal has when it's sick, they used to think, well, it's debilitated from its disease, but what they've come to understand is this sickness behavior is actually behavior that helps them overcome the infection. So, maybe they're not grooming themselves like they normally would, so they look pretty scruffy during an infection, but it's not so important to groom yourself if you're an animal, if you're wanting to spend that energy to fight the infection instead.
Absolutely. So if this had been a deleterious feature in animals, it would have been selected out by natural Darwinian processes millions and millions of years ago, because it's conserved in every branch of the evolutionary tree.
Right.
It means it's had an advantage in every single branch of that tree. It's a survival advantage. So an animal that develops a fever will be more likely to survive, therefore more likely to reproduce, therefore more likely to pass its genes on. I mean, that is pretty convincing argument to me. But what people always say to me is, but fever's dangerous. What happens if my fever goes too high? So what do I say to those people?
So, you have to differentiate between something like fever or heat stroke. Like if you're out in the hot sun during the day and you just become fainter or something like that because of the high temperature, that's the environment that's controlling your temperature, not your body. But in the fever, the body is controlling the temperature. And they've done studies and they've shown that if you don't do anything with the fever, most fevers won't go beyond 40 or 41 degrees Celsius. Above 42 is extremely rare. So it's not like if you don't treat it, it's just going to keep going up and up and up. And there's going to be this huge danger of brain damage or something like that. In fact, the body is quite in control of the fever. But it also means that you support that fever appropriately. So keeping warm is a good thing. But you don't want to keep too warm. Like you don't want to be putting so many blankets on that you're sweating, drenching in sweat, because now you're not following the clues the body's giving you. You just want to keep your skin warm and dry. And during a normal febrile infection, the fever goes up and down, up and down. It's kind of like an army fighting. It thrusts and it attacks, and then it might pull back a bit, and then it attacks again. And so the fever has this complex pattern that's going up and down. And so you just have to support that. If you're feeling cold, put on more blankets. If you start to feel hot, take those blankets off, because that's the normal pattern. Is up and down.
So the way I feel when I'm sick is very much a product of my physiology and neuronal circuitry. It's actually hardwired into my brain with synapses that use specific chemicals that are actually in the very structure of my brain that are controlling this very thing.
Right. Yeah, it's
not an accident.
I mean, we don't second guess, how many immune cells the body produces or the type of immune cells, but we try and second guess the fever. It doesn't know what it's doing in terms of fever, but in fact, this is quite highly regulated response as it's going along against the infection.
And it's promotion of the immune system and making life very uncomfortable for the pathogenic microorganisms or viruses that are causing the infection. Now, I'm very happy with that in adults. I've looked after many adults with fevers of 40 degrees centigrade, and they don't seem to come to any harm, even 41 degrees centigrade. So if me as an adult, if my fever was 41, 42 degrees centigrade for a period of time, I'd feel pretty awful. But it's not actually damaging my body tissues. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Now, what about children? How are children different?
Well, for a small child under 5, they're a little bit different from adults because they have a very large brain size relative to their skull. Their skull's still kind of small relative to their brain. And so there is, on the rare occasion, the development of febrile seizures during fevers. And so people become concerned. And they've studied this, and they've shown like the seizures that occur during fevers are largely harmless. But they have done a lot of studies looking at randomized trials where they treat patients with anti-fever drugs like placebo, and they found that in these studies it doesn't help prevent seizures, doesn't help treat seizures. So that's something to consider. But the other consideration is how much fluids you give that child, because the more fluid you give, that again is stored in the body, and it has to be put in somewhere, and so that can go into the brain cells. So actually, if you give a child like a lot of water to drink and they're having a fever, the brain will swell, and actually you increase the chance of that child developing a seizure.
This is what we call cytotoxic cerebral edema, isn't it?
Right.
Where the individual cells swell up. Before we go into that, though, I was taught, and in fact, it was drummed into me when I was a student, that children under the age of 2 can't efficiently control their body temperature. They can't efficiently thermoregulate. Therefore, for example, a 1-year-old child with a fever, the fever could keep going up and up and up until it would potentially damage the proteins in the brain. What's the current thinking on that?
Well, again, it's the body that's controlling that fever. Obviously, the child is, the fever's going up. You don't want to, have them overheat by giving them too many blankets, but you just want to work with that change in temperature so that they're comfortable. But generally, it's again just like adults; it doesn't keep rising and rising.
Right. And that's true even under the age of 2, right?
Right.
So actually, babies are actually able to control their body temperature, whereas for generations, people have been taught that babies can't control their body temperatures effectively.
Not to the same degree as an adult can, but sort of developing immune system there. But in general, fever, if appropriately managed, is not dangerous to that child. It's certainly not as dangerous as the infection.
I think this is one thing we tend to forget, because we've been brought up in an era of antibiotics. We forget that the most common cause of death throughout human history has been infectious disease. This is what people die of, and that they are dangerous conditions. So that's I'm pretty convinced by your fever argument there, Stephen. There's lots of good evidence for that. What about the fluids? Let's go on to thinking about fluids. If someone has an acute infection, what's your thinking about fluid, giving fluids, fluid resuscitation, drinking large amounts of water? But maybe first of all, if we talk about how the body responds physiologically, when there is an infection and when there's a febrile response, what physiological or pathophysiological changes occur in the fluid management systems of the body as a result of that infection?
So when you have an infection, a fever, the higher your fever goes, the more the body releases a hormone. It's called antidiuretic hormone. Hormone has the job of keeping water in your body, and so the higher the fever, the more it's going to keep in the body, the less you're going to urinate. So the whole goal of the body is to conserve water during the fever, because if you're debilitated, normally you wouldn't be eating or drinking if people weren't otherwise giving you advice. People often, when you're sick, you often don't have the same food, doesn't taste as good, you're not as thirsty. But that can vary depending on the type of infection. If you have cholera where there's serious diarrhea, you're losing a lot of fluids. You can't just keep not drinking, but you have to drink the appropriate type of fluid, because if you're a cholera patient, you have diarrhea, that will kill you, because when you're losing those fluids, you're also losing electrolytes. And so it's important, if you're going to replace fluid, you have to replace those electrolytes as well. And
this is what we call oral rehydration salts, isn't it?
right. So, if you have COVID, you're probably not losing a lot of fluid, but some diarrhea or just illness, you might be losing a lot of fluid, or if you're vomiting or something like that.
So we're differentiating here. So respiratory infections, we probably don't need to take extra fluid. Gastrointestinal infections, where there's a fluid loss, we do need the fluid, but it's better to take it with associated salts and electrolytes as well as just pure water.
Right. If you're taking the wrong type of fluid, you're going to be a lot worse off.
Because if you drank pure water, presumably that would affect the osmotic potentials in the blood, wouldn't it?
Right. So, your blood is actually fairly salty, and if you just fill your body up with water, you're losing electrolytes, and eventually your body just can't function properly. The cells swell, and
yeah. So for acute respiratory infections, if you gave someone large amounts of fluid, for example, intravenous fluids, you would have more fluid in the body. Could that potentially increase the amount of fluids collecting in the alveoli, for example, as occurs with acute respiratory distress syndrome in severe COVID disease?
Well, it depends on the type of fluid. So when you give a patient IV fluids, you're generally giving fluid with electrolytes, but it depends on the sodium concentration of that fluid. Is it isotonic fluid, the same concentration as the blood, or is it hypotonic, which is a lower concentration? So if it's a lower concentration of the blood, what happens is that excess fluid goes into the cells. If it's the same or higher, the fluid gets drawn back into the bloodstream. So basically, when you're shifting fluid into the cells, that's when you get a lot of side effects. People get more difficulty breathing, they get headaches, they get nausea, vomiting. So that can get a lot worse if you're not using the right type of fluid.
Right, so in a respiratory tract infection, for example, it would be acceptable to give, say, 0.9% normal saline, which is isotonic.
Right, but these are hospitalized patients.
Yeah.
A person at home is not going to be worrying about that. But, at the start of an infection, you don't want to overhydrate, because what we see with serious lung infections, we saw it with SARS, we see it with COVID. Often patients come to the hospital with a condition called hyponatremia, which is a low blood sodium. And that low blood sodium doesn't just happen because the person's losing a lot of sodium. It's usually because they're taking in a lot of fluids, which dilute the blood. And when you come in with hyponatremia, your risk of a poor outcome is much higher. So you want to avoid that, certainly from the beginning of the infection.
So hyponatremia, low salt in the blood, more fluid will go into the alveoli, more fluid will go into the cells, and as you said, more fluid will go into the brain cells, potentially cause it. Yeah. Fascinating. Now, I have always been taught in chest infections, and I'm very happy to reverse all of this, but I've always been taught that you give plenty of fluid in chest infections, because if you restrict the fluid in chest infections, this is going to increase the viscosity of the mucus in the mucociliary clearance system. Does that, I mean, that's one of those things that kind of makes sense, but is there any sort of scientific evidence for that, any scientific rationale for that?
No, there isn't any scientific evidence for that. And traditionally, patients with these infections would get more generous fluid intake, but they found over time that the patients who were getting the generous fluid intake were doing a lot worse than the patients that were getting the more conservative fluid intake. But it's taken a long time for those changes to happen. So now, when a patient's ill, they're a little more cautious with how much fluid is taken in. But depends on what you do beforehand before you get to the hospital.
Sure. And this, of course, is the ultimate proof. I can make up any imaginative, very neat physiological rationale in my head, which may or may not relate to reality. But if the empirical data from actually looking at groups of patients that are given small amounts of fluid and large amounts of fluid, if there's a difference between those groups, that is the evidence, isn't it? This has to be based on empiricism.
Right. Yeah. The lungs fill up with water, and it's not really healthy.
Wow. So in acute respiratory infections, best to let the fever do its own thing. The body knows best what it's doing. Best not to overhydrate the patient, because we don't want the blood to be diluted. We don't want water going into the alveoli or into the cells where it's doing no good. So, and presumably, eventually, though, the patient will start feeling thirsty. Then it would be appropriate for the patient to drink when they feel thirsty.
Right. So, the body's giving you those clues. So,
yeah.
If you're thirsty, it depends on how much. Usually, if you're lying in bed, you're not losing much fluid there. So you don't have to be worried like, oh, I need to keep this patient hydrated. But if they are thirsty, make sure it's ideally to use fluid with electrolytes in it.
Yes. Yeah, in hospital we have this quaint old expression, push fluids. And sometimes we push fluids plus, sometimes we push fluids plus. It's supposed to reflect the amount of fluid pushing that we do, but what we should be doing is listening to our patient and just letting them drink if they're thirsty and asking for fluids, if not sort of foisting fluids on them as a pseudo therapeutic.
Right, because the fever goes up and down, and sometimes the fever will drop rapidly and the patient will be sweating profusely, losing a lot of fluid there. So sometimes that fluid loss is excessive if they've been taking a lot beforehand, and sometimes they're losing some essential fluid just to try and cool themselves down. You look at a lot of older movies about how a person had a fever and then the fever broke, and the patient now is okay because the fever broke. So back then they let them have the fever, and once it broke, they were fine and they recovered. But if they've lost a lot of fluid, you want to salt from or sweat is salty, so you want to replace that with electrolytes if they want to drink if they're thirsty.
It's what's called the crisis point, isn't it? The point at which the fever first starts to go down. Good. So basically, I've been teaching student nurses the wrong thing for the past 30 years. I'm going to have to amend my notes on that, and that's quite a serious point, because most people are still teaching that you should encourage fluids in any form of respiratory infection, whereas what you are now saying from the data you've looked at is that's just going to give you soggy lungs.
Right. And I wrote another paper on that previously, specifically looking at fluid during febrile infection.
And of course, we'll certainly post all these links. That would be excellent. What about food? If someone's acutely ill, regardless of the cause of the infection, what's the current thinking on feeding them, not feeding them, types of food to feed them?
So there's this old expression, feed a cold, starve a fever. And if you search the internet for the interpretation recommendation is that you should feed a cold. Like if you have a cold, just eat as much as possible.
Yeah.
And if you have a fever, maybe you have to starve. But if you look at the older interpretation of this expression, from the 1800s and earlier, there's a lot of talk about how people have been misinterpreting this expression to do exactly the opposite. And the older interpretation is basically, if you feed a cold, you're going to have to starve a fever later, because feeding a cold makes it worse. It's kind of like an expression like, spare the rod, spoil the child. They're not saying don't discipline your child, but you should actually spoil them. It's basically, if you don't discipline them, then you're going to end up spoiled. Lie down with dogs, wake up with fleas. They're not encouraging you to lie down with dogs to get fleas. They're saying if you lie down with dogs, you're going to get these fleas. So people have misinterpreted this expression. And there's some ancient writings on here by ancient medical historian Celsus, which I talked about, who talks about, people eating heavily during febrile infections, and people waiting until after the fever's gone, and they seem to do better if they're not eating. So what we've seen physiologically is that when the fever is higher and higher, what happens is your gastrointestinal tract starts to shut down. So you're not producing the acid, you're not moving the food along, so it doesn't want to take food anymore. And often when people are ill, they don't have that appetite that they would when they're healthy.
So if I eat a large meal now in a healthy condition, does that use a lot of energy to digest that meal and to metabolize the products of that meal?
Yeah, it uses a huge amount of energy to digest. In the end, you'll get more energy from what you're using, but it does use a huge amount of energy, and a lot of people feel tired after a heavy meal, and that's just because you're using a lot of energy to digest that.
But that is, if someone is using a lot of metabolic demand to generate fever, then that is basically an energy reserve that the body doesn't have spare at that particular period of time. It can just use its reserves for that period of time.
Right, because you're not just generating fever, you're producing immune cells and a lot of other proteins that are signaling the molecules, or signaling your cells to fight this infection. So there's a lot going on, and normally what the body does is shuts down the gastrointestinal tract, and it uses its stores of fat and sugars to break down to power that response. And a lot of times the patient, if they're really ill, they'll try and eat anyhow, and then they'll throw it up because the stomach is not working anymore. So the body will just spew it back. It's trying to tell you, look, this is not the time to eat. Wait till your fever's down, maybe your appetites come back, have a little food.
Mm-hmm. So to put that more technically, what we're saying is it is quite normal to become catabolic during acute infections.
That's right, yeah.
And people with acute infections also have a lot of muscle loss, don't they? They break down a lot of protein to produce antibodies in the immune response. But as you say, if the gastrointestinal tract is not in a position to accept food, then there's not much really you can do about that. I think we just have to realise that this catabolic state of breaking things down is normal, that there will be a period of weakness after that. That's why we have this old-fashioned concept of convalescence, that you could be weak for a while after an acute infection. And that is basically part of the body's normal response.
Right. They've done some animal studies showing that, they did study mice with malaria. They showed what happens if it loses, say, 1 or 2% of its body weight, or 2 to 3%, or no body weight loss. And so they had these different levels, and they looked at survival from this infection, and they showed that, these animals that lost a certain percentage had the highest survival, but if they lost too much weight, then they had a lower survival. So there's kind of an ideal spot in which you're going to be losing a little bit of weight to overcome that infection, but not too much.
So it's as if you're supposed to lose a certain amount of weight.
That's right. Your body's using its own reserves to fight that infection. Because you're digesting food, in the time that you've digested your meal, you're being overcome by that infection.
Yes, absolutely. If you use the energy to digest the meal, you'd have no energy to generate the fever, therefore death becomes a possibility.
It's kind of like if you're in a fortress in a castle, and you have this enemy force coming towards your castle, and you think, okay, we've got to defend our castle. Then you look at your watch, it's 6 o'clock, and you think, well, it's usually when I eat. Why don't we just go to the dining hall and eat our meal, and we'll have that energy to fight when the meal is over. And so they go to the dining hall, and then the castle is, ladders come up, and the castle's overtaken, and they had their meal, but they lost their battle there.
I haven't heard that analogy before. It's a really good one. That is an excellent analogy. Now, the thing I like about this idea is what we're saying is any infection, the febrile response, the body naturally retaining fluid and us not giving too many excess fluids, and us not giving people food when they're in this catabolic state. This is going to help the body survive the entire spectrum of infectious illness.
I think it's very important that this is done sort of from the beginning, because as I mentioned, those vaccine studies show that's when your body is shaping that immune response against the virus. It's producing the antibodies, it's producing, various T cells and other immune cells that will fight that infection later on. But it's that initial point where it's really shaping the immune response to this totally new pathogen that hasn't encountered before.
So it would have been very interesting, wouldn't it, for phase 3 studies on vaccines to take into account whether someone had artificially reduced their fever or taken antipyretics after their vaccine, as opposed to people that hadn't. Because what we would find, or the very strong hypothesis of what we would find here, is that people who have not artificially reduced their fever got a stronger immune response.
Right. Yeah, that would be a very interesting study to do. Even with the COVID vaccines that are going out now, that's something they can look at. Is are the patients that take these anti-fever drugs getting a lesser response and more likely to not gain a protective response at all?
So this thinking would say, well, hey, would you like to increase the effectiveness of your COVID vaccine? If you'd like to increase the effectiveness, don't treat the symptoms while you're generating the immune response. Let the body do what bodies have been doing on this planet for 500 million years now and get it right. It's fascinating. Just one final question, Stephen. There's so much interesting stuff there. But you mentioned historical characters a few times. Do you think as a modern researcher, you've got things to learn from medical thinkers in the past, scientific thinkers in the past?
Well, if you look through history, fever's gone up and down. People said it's a good thing, people said it's a bad thing, and it's changed throughout history. Actually, there's an old English expression, spring fever is a physic worthy of a king, which basically says if you get a fever in springtime, it's just as good as getting the king's own medicine, because a lot of times there'll be reports of cases where a patient had this infection and they had a high fever and whatever, and it also eliminated some other illness they happened to have that they had chronically. So people don't realize, how good an infection like this or a fever like this can be, just to, not just for that immediate infection, but other health problems as well.
Yes, that happened to be that. Absolutely. So basically, the body knows what it's doing. So if you take malaria, for example, when someone develops a very high fever, the sort of pyrogens that are being produced by the immune system in response to the malaria parasite, it recognizes that a particularly high fever is needed, and then the appropriate febrile response is generated. Is that kind of what the thinking here is?
That's right. I've actually done a few randomized trials in malaria and shown that if you take the anti-fever drugs, actually the course of infection is much longer than if you didn't take any anti-fever drugs. So just shows that, that it's really hampering your immune response if you're taking these drugs. And it just takes longer for the immune system to figure out how to fight the infection.
I've just thought a fascinating study here would be to review people with COVID-19 infections in the current pandemic. Note which ones give these symptomatic fever-reducing treatments, and see how that relates to the prevalence of long COVID in those people in the future. And from what you're saying, we would hypothesize that people who treat their symptoms to lower the fever, who don't let the body have its own physiological immune response, they would potentially get more long COVID, causing a greater long-term burden of morbidity into the future, potentially even organ damage.
Right, and the problem is trying to find people that didn't treat the fever, because the public health advice is just treat the fever and you'll feel better, and it's not going to make a difference. So it's hard to find the people that have the higher fevers that didn't treat them, because the public health advice is just not there.
And I was going to read this paper in great detail to prepare for this again, but I've read parts of it. It's very well written. It is absolutely packed with evidence. The evidence base for this, to me, is now conclusive. The evidence, what more? The evidence is for all of these things you mentioned. Very, very high evidence base. Why do you think it is that a lot of public health bodies are not moving with the evidence base on this? Why are they stuck in the past?
I think a lot of it is due to the fact that a lot of this research was done in the past. So there were a lot of studies done in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, looking at the effects of anti-fever drugs, survival in animals with infections, or the effect of temperature, putting an animal at a higher temperature versus a room temperature, and showing that the animals at the higher temperature survive longer from a variety of infections. And a lot of the modern studies, they sort of morphed into looking at reptiles and fish and insects and things like that, which don't seem so relevant to humans. And that information just hasn't been pieced together to show what benefits could be achieved for humans.
But I think that argument about the highly conserved nature of the febrile response is a really convincing argument, actually. So, Stephen, that is fascinating. We're going to put links to all of your papers, of course, that we'll encourage people to look at. I think there's messages here for the lay person at home. I think what we can certainly say is think twice about reducing your fever. Don't voice huge amounts of fluid on people that might not want them. Don't voice food on people that want them. These things are perfectly normal during a fever. But I also think there's so much for public bodies to take on board here, and individual clinicians. Because even just in my recent clinical practice, you come across so many people that just don't seem to understand this basic difference between the symptomatic treatment and the causative treatment. So, I think that's definitely what you're saying, is it? So, if someone had a bacterial infection, you'd want to carry on treating the cause of that by giving the antibiotics.
Right.
We're talking about treating the symptoms here, and it's that quick fix, isn't it? If I've got a patient who comes in with a fever and they feel awful, and I give them a gram of paracetamol or acetaminophen, they'll feel better straight away, and they'll think I'm clever because I made them feel better straight away.
Yeah, we have so many drugs that we use to treat symptoms. I mean, if a person's sick and they're not coughing, they can take a drug.
Левомиколь всегда был рядом. Когда я учился ходить, впервые поехал на велосипеде и покорял новые вершины. Левомиколь, проверенное поколениями, средство для лечения ран с тройным действием. Антибактериальным, противовоспалительным и ранозаживляющим. Левомиколь, проверен временем и мной.
Well, welcome to today's talk. It's Thursday, the 20th of January. Now, there's been an awful lot of debate about
Вторые. Ну да, вторые.